We're meeting today to, for superintendent candidate interviews. We'll start with the first candidate at the 5:10 with Dr. Jeff Zaplata. And at this moment, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, I'll just use this mic. Members of the board, thank you very much for all of the time that you've invested. And for those present here tonight from the community and those tuning in live via the live stream, I also want to thank you for the significant community engagement that occurred in March to help develop a leadership profile. That occurred through a stakeholder survey and several listening sessions with staff and community members, including 2 community forums. And that brings us here tonight. We did have 4 candidates the board selected recently to move forward to interviews, and here we are. It's interview night. So the interviews today have included a group of school-level staff, a group of staff from the district, and the culminating third piece of the interview activity for each candidate is an interview with the board, which also serves as the public forum. And so our first candidate tonight is Dr. Jeff Zaplata, and we're honored to have him join us. Come on up, Jeff. Jeff currently serves in the Las Cruces School District, and I know our board has reviewed his application materials, and he'll have a chance to introduce himself. With that, I'm going to invite, we're doing some introductions here at the table, so I'll just pause for a second. All right. And so board introductions have occurred, and you see the name placards too, Mr. Zaplata, if you need to refer to board members by name. Just a bit about the process for you as a candidate. We have 12 questions the board will take turns asking of you. At the end of that question sequence, within the hour, as time permits, you'll have a chance to answer or ask questions of the board as well. And if there's time, any closing statement you might want to give, you certainly can do that as well. I want to emphasize to the public that the one position that the school board is responsible for hiring in a school district is the superintendent. Many argue it's the most important decision a school board makes. And so the clarification tonight is for all that are tuning in and involved that this is a school board decision and they do value your input. So at the end of the interview, we'll be reviewing how participants here in person and those of you viewing from home can provide the board with some input on each candidate this evening. With that, I'll hand it back to Mr. President, and he can start this interview.
Good afternoon. And I hope I don't butcher your last name. How do you pronounce that?
Spalletta.
Almost like Sepulveda, which
Kids
is
say spaghetti. Spalletta.
okay. I've been on the board for quite a while, and we have gone through several superintendents, and this is the first time that we've used a search thing, so it's a little bit different for us. At the end of 1 hour, we hope that we have enough time that you can ask a few questions of us. I think you introduced yourself with everybody here. So with that, we can start with the questions unless you have something before we start.
No, sir. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much for having me tonight.
Mr. Sepulveda,
Yeah.
what the audience is So, having difficulty hearing, I guess there? You can't hear? I'm sorry? You can't hear what he's saying.
Do you hear that, Victor? They can't hear us. Our process here is going to be that each one of us is going to ask a question of you, and we'll rotate around. There's a total of, I think it's 12 questions, and we got 1 hour to do it in. And if I see that we're running short on time and we're not going through we want to give you an opportunity to answer all 12 questions. We'll try to move it along a little bit faster. Okay, so the first question is, what do you know about our district and the Cobre community, and what inspired you to apply, and how had your experience and training prepared you for this opportunity?
So, good evening again, and it's a privilege to be here tonight. I appreciate you taking the time to talk with me tonight. The position came open, I think it was 4 weeks ago, maybe 6 weeks ago, and immediately I thought, well, I'm going to take a look at that district. So I actually drove here. I drove around to all the schools, drove around town. I went to the grocery store, and I thought, wow, that reminds me of the first administrative job I had. I worked in a rural school district in Arkansas. I was the K through 12 principal, federal programs coordinator, and athletic director. That school eventually consolidated because of numbers. It was much smaller than this district. It started out at 400 students, and when it got to 300, below 300, that's when it had to consolidate. What I liked about that, and I also worked as a teacher in many rural school districts also, so I really liked the fact of everybody knew everybody in the community, a lot of relationships. It was a very safe place for kids. A lot of community involvement. Parents participated in after-school events. They came to PTO meetings. Everybody was really concerned about the kids. So that's kind of what I got from this district as well, as far as doing some research. I know that you've got about 1,000 students. Losing students, about 200 students over the last 5 years. The population of the community is about 2,000 people, and there's been a decline also in the city population since the last few years as well. Graduation rate's about 87%, which is excellent. Of course, we want to improve that, but I think that's a great graduation rate. Many of the schools are Title I funded, so there's some issues to work with as far as the academics. Math scores are extremely low. Most of the scores are just right below the state average as far as achievement levels. But I think the district has a lot of pride in the community. I drove behind the high school and saw the beautiful track and football field. I drove to all the elementary schools. One of them was 20 miles away, and I just wanted to learn a little bit about those communities, and I felt like I learned that when I came that weekend. And so that's kind of what interested me from the beginning. It's a time in my career when I'd like to move up into a superintendent role. I feel like I've worked as a teacher for 15 years. I've worked in other district level roles. I've worked as a principal at the elementary level and at the high school level. I feel like these things have given me an opportunity to move into this position, and I'm very qualified. Many of the districts that I've worked in have been very similar to this district, and I know there's a strong passion here for the students to do well, and I want to be part of that and want to help the district move forward.
Thank you. Mr. Molina?
Okay, Dr. Spallata, so the next question is going to be, how would you describe yourself as a leader and your leadership style?
So I consider myself a transformational leader, visionary, think I'm very fair with people, but firm and consistent. I want to be visible. I learned that as an administrator my first couple years. The Department of Education was working in my buildings, helping us with a grant we had, and they told me that I couldn't sit in the office. I had to move out and be visible. So that's what I've done for the last 10 years. I've been very visible, and even as a superintendent, I would want to be visible. So I handed everybody an entry plan. That's my entry plan. If I was chosen for this position, the first 120 days, I would want to be visible in the community. I would want to talk to a lot of people. I would want to learn about the community. So I would use that visibility. I think I fit the description of being a servant leader. I'm here to help and support people. I think that's one of my main traits. I'm going to be a positive leader. It's easy to get upset when things don't go right. In administration, you have a lot of bad days, and you got to have some resilience, and the next day you got to come back and have a good attitude and go be optimistic. So I feel like I'm very optimistic. I like to delegate things. I found my first year that it's not like being a teacher or even a coach. You can't run everything by yourself. You have to build capacity in people. So I feel like one of my good traits as far as a leader is building capacity in people. Everybody in the school has things that they're good at, or even in the community. You can find people that want to help and want to do things, and you build them up. You model things for them, motivate them, mentor them. So I think that's something that I bring as far as a leadership trait. Building capacity in staff members, whether it's teachers, custodians, anybody. Might be something small like working the ticket booth at the game. It might be something larger like leading district professional development, but building capacity in people so that they have leadership as well. It's not just about me, it's about leading a team. So that would be my approach. I feel like people trust me. I'm transparent. I don't want to hide things from people. I want to be very transparent with people. And caring. It's about the kids. We're making decisions about the kids, so decisions would be about kids, not about adults. So I've upset people maybe a few times in the past because I said, this is for the kids. We're doing it because of the kids. Sometimes adults want it for adults, but we're doing what's best for kids. So that would be my leadership style.
Dr. Spoletta, thank you for coming to visit with us, and hopefully we'll be successful at this interview for all of us. The next question is, what professional and personal qualities do you possess that will make you a successful leader in times of change while honoring existing traditions?
Well, I think I'm a collaborative leader. I learned that my first year as an administrator. I didn't understand. It wasn't like coaching kids or teaching kids that you could do whatever you wanted in your classroom or with your team. When you're working with a group of people, you have to be collaborative. I can have the best idea in the world, but if I don't get buy-in, it's not going to work. Back when I was the principal in Kansas City, I was the principal of the largest high school, about 1,200 students. Very diverse, big Hispanic population, but we had 600 students, ELL students from different countries all over the world, spoken languages, and our staff was the same. We had a very diverse staff as well. We had an opportunity to get a grant, a large school improvement grant, and I had all these great ideas, but the ideas weren't going to work unless everybody bought into it. So I had to give up my ideas and listen to everybody. So I collaborated with the whole staff, parents, community, students, to get this grant. And it took several months of doing that, but I had to listen to them. So I think I'm really good at collaborating with people. The entry plan that I gave you is built on building trust and relationships with people. So I think I'm really good at building relationships with people. They know that I'm trying, that I'm going to work hard to build relationships with them. That we may not always agree on things, but we're going to at least have a good working relationship, a professional relationship. I think equity is something that, a characteristic that I bring, doing things to help everybody. I've worked in a lot of schools, Title I schools. I know 5 of our 6 schools here are Title I schools. I remember back when I was in college, I was getting ready to graduate, and I was talking with some of my other classmates, and they said, well, I'm going here, I'm going there, I'm applying here. And I said, well, I'm going here, here, and here. And they said, oh, I wouldn't do that. Those were rough schools. I chose the roughest schools to work at. They were challenging schools, and I felt like that was kind of my calling. I just felt like it was, and that's something I've done for the last 20 years. I've worked in a lot of challenging schools, but I think doing things for all the kids is really important. I wrote my dissertation on inclusion, special education students. A lot of times we overlook special education students. So I think really equity and helping all students need something different. So being able to help all students is really important. Where I've worked in a lot of really diverse communities and priority low performing school districts, and I feel like helping those students is our responsibility. So I feel like equity is really important. Doing the right thing when nobody's looking, being ethical, I think is really important. Don't take any shortcuts. I'm going to be an ethical leader, doing the right thing, and being transparent. This is not my money. This is our community's money for the kids. We want to do what's best for the kids. So being transparent with how we're doing things, how we're spending money, how we're operating, I think is really important. So part of my entry plan that I gave you is listening, learning, and leading, but listening to everybody, all of the stakeholders. I think we need to get everyone's point of view. And sometimes we have to educate people. They don't know the processes that happen in schools. We have to explain to them why we're doing things a certain way. So I think that's really important, is being transparent and really explaining why we're doing things a certain way. They might think that you can use this sum of money to buy this. You've got this money. Well, they don't know that's Title I money. It's restricted money that can't be used for those things. Sometimes they think, oh, you've got $1 million here. Why don't you just do this? Well, no, we can't use that money to build a new football field. That money's for academics. It has to be used for certain things. So sometimes you have to to teach people what that money's for, and being transparent like that, I think, goes a long ways as far as building trust. So I feel like I would be very transparent with the stakeholders.
Murillo.
How would you prepare the board to make a decision on a politically sensitive or controversial issue?
So I'm hoping to have regular if I was hired for this position, to have regular communication with the board members so that we know that if we need to meet in person one-on-one or have a phone call, that I always keep you informed of things. So that would be my approach. If there was something really sensitive or that we knew there was going to be some issues, that I would plan ahead of time. I would do some research to find out about the topic, because I know that you're board members, but you don't necessarily have that information. So I want to provide you as much information as possible. So I would have my admin team put together that information and get it to you so that you had the information. And then I would talk with you about that information so you knew that maybe there was going to be some challenges or political issues with this information. I would try to get it to you ahead of time so you were well advised ahead of time as well. So I would hope that we had that kind of communication, that we could talk, and so that you would feel like if there was something like that, that I would let you know as soon as possible about that.
Describe how you address social media misinformation and negativity. Additionally, please describe how you currently use social media as a communication strategy and how you think it should be used in our district.
So I think social media is really good. I've seen it used by students and by families not so good. Part of my entry plan is to find out the best method of communication with all of our stakeholders. So I would want to develop a communication plan during the first 120 days to find out how to communicate with all of our stakeholders, whether it was regular messages, whether it was a weekly video on the website. But I would try to keep the parents and families and stakeholders updated on things that maybe they saw on social media, and sending out a regular weekly communication to all of our stakeholders is something that I've done in the past. So I would do that. I think social media is good, though. In my current position, I work in human resources, and I was given the task of substitutes back in August or September, and we've used social media to help recruit substitutes. We've increased our substitute numbers a lot. We also use it in our department for to recruit other positions as well. So I think it can be a good thing. I think being really careful about how you're communicating on social media with people. I wouldn't do a lot of two-way communication. It'd be more like a one-way communication from the district. And then maybe communicating with people. If they wanted to talk to me individually about it, I would do that. But I would want to make sure things were out there so that stakeholders knew from our district where things were, so they'd have more of an official, professional view of things. But I would definitely think that social media is good, and a good PR and marketing plan is something that I would hope to establish during putting together this first 120 days. I would want to have a good marketing and enrollment plan. I think that would help with our district enrollment problems. So I think having good PR to do that is important. Sometimes I'm going to add one more thing. Sometimes people tell their story, but I think we have to tell our story sometimes. If we don't say anything at all, then people think otherwise. They think the negative. So if we're able to tell our story about the great things that are happening in the district, then I think that actually becomes reality a lot of times. So really telling our story about things is really important.
Okay. How important do you feel it is for the superintendent to be visible throughout the community, and how would you describe what activities and organizations are worth the time and effort to of active participation?
So I feel like it would be really important as a superintendent of your district to be very visible. And I met with the other groups earlier, and I mentioned how important it would be even for me to go to the buildings, the schools on a regular basis, almost daily, to be visible for our own students, staff, and principals to see me. But I think it's also important that I live in the community. I would want to live right here in the community. I've always done that, and I've worked in some challenging communities, but I always felt like if parents and people in the community see me at the grocery store, at the laundromat, or at the pharmacy, that builds a lot of trust that I'm part of the community. So that would be really important to me. Getting out, during my entry plan, I'm going to visit a lot of different stakeholders, from the Rotary Club to Boys and Girls Club, things like that, to be involved in the community. So I would want to be involved in extracurricular activities. I would want to go to the ball games, the football games, basketball games, wrestling, any kind of extracurricular activities with the school. But I would also want to be involved in the community. I would want to know the city council people, the mayor, the fire chief, the new police chief. I would want to meet them and be involved in the community, because everything that has to do with the school, I would be overseeing. So I want to be one of the major people in the city as far as what's going on. So as much as I could volunteer to help out other organizations, I'd want to do that too, because I feel like doing that, people would help the school district. So I would want to go to dinners with different community events. I would want to be involved in boards, other boards, where I could support them, because I know that they would support us as well. So I would be involved as much as possible. So probably a couple nights a week, I would probably be involved in extracurricular things here for the school, and then I would want to be involved in the community a couple times a week or on weekends as well, meeting with different companies, meeting with different organizations that meet, just to be involved and represent the school district.
So the next question, Dr. Spalletta, is please describe your budget/finance experience.
So I've worked in both building level roles and also district level roles. I'll start with the building level roles. So I've been a budget holder of multiple operational budgets for elementary and high schools as a principal. I've been responsible for Title I funds up to $1 million as a building principal. I've worked with 2 different school improvement grants. One was for $1.7 million. I was the budget holder of the school improvement grant. The other one was a large grant for $4.7 million. I was the budget holder for that grant. And then as a district leader, I worked for a charter network. As the executive director, I reported to the board, but I also oversaw the budget, the finance department. So that budget there was $12 million. And so I worked with, in order to get the charter renewed, there was a lot of issues with the budget. So I spent a lot of time with the finance committee, which I created a finance committee and worked with the board. One of the board members was on the finance committee. We developed a 5-year balanced budget. We needed to do that in order to get the charter renewed. And I also worked with another charter network as a chief administrative officer, and also worked with a budget there of $12 million as well. So that's my experience with budgets. I've spent a lot of time both as a building leader and as a district leader working with budgets, Title I, operational budgets, and just the overall budgets of those buildings and district.
What procedures do you find most useful in recruiting administrators and teachers?
Well, I was just talking to the human resource director. She walked me over here from the other building, and I said, well, I didn't see you yesterday at New Mexico State. So I think job fairs are good, but I don't think that's the only way that you can recruit people. I think you need to do more than that. There's a lot of alternative programs for both teachers and administrators. There's different organizations like Teach for America. I think you have to be really authentic about it and reach out to people. The State Department has alternative licensure programs. I think that's really big now, because we're not getting as many teachers and administrators as we used to. So I think you have to reach out and do just different things that you wouldn't normally do. Posting it online and going to 1 or 2 job fairs is not going to get you very many people. I think you have to really reach out. You have to sell your community. You have to put a nice package together, a nice marketing plan for your district, and show that to people. Let them know that this is a safe place. Teachers work hard here together, and it's very beneficial. So you may get some retired teachers. You may get some brand new teachers out of college. I just think you can't be the traditional way of doing just posting a position online and thinking you're going to get a lot of people to apply for it. So I think those ways are options, but I think you need to do more than that. You need to really reach out, talk to people that have friends and relatives that are interested in education, and recruit that way as well. So word of mouth is really important. Call staffing agencies. Just recruiting substitutes this year in Las Cruces, I learned a lot that setting up a booth in the mall, or setting up a booth at the college, or going to the workforce center, and they have different little events, and recruiting people that way works, because people talk to their relatives and family members. I think that's one of our priorities, that we would need to really recruit, really work hard to recruit people. And there's different organizations in the state for administrators also. There's an administrators association, and they would have contacts as far as people to recruit also. But finding out programs that offer training for administrators, leadership programs, and getting candidates from there also is a way to recruit administrators. But I wouldn't just stick to the same old way of posting it online, going to 1 or 2 job fairs. I don't think that's successful. I think you've got to be really authentic and find ways to sell your program in your school district.
Many of our staff work in support positions across the district. If you were talking with a bus driver, nutrition worker, or technology support, how would you explain their contribution to the success of each student in Cobre? What would you do to ensure a culture where all employees believe that their contributions are critical to the success of our students?
So I think everybody contributes. You know, we talk a lot about teachers, but every other employee is very important also. That's why it's important that we have a good vision and mission and core beliefs, and we make sure everybody's on the same page as that. The first district that I was an administrator, we had our bus drivers, our cafeteria workers talking to kids in the cafeteria as they're going through the line in the cafeteria. The cafeteria workers are talking to kids about doing well in their classes, asking them how their assessments were going. That's the kind of support we need from all of the staff members, but really getting everybody on the same page. My entry plan, I would get to know everybody and get their feedback. Something that I would do prior to school starting is I would have a big event. I call it a convocation event. I would invite all of our staff members, custodians, cafeteria workers, board members, teachers, staff members, and we would go to the auditorium at the high school, and almost like a pep rally, we would all get on the same page as far as the vision and mission. When I was a principal in Kansas City, we did this. It was very inspirational. It built a lot of collaboration and trust. Every school came with their school t-shirts on, and there was a theme for the year. One year it was built for this, and we had these big cardboard box that we had to bring. We had to paint it ahead of time. But it was all built on being on the same page, having unity among your district. So my thought was we'd have our 6 schools come. They'd all wear a different t-shirt, and they'd have be almost like a pep rally to get the year started. So that's how I would kind of approach this as far as getting everybody there. We'd have some of our board members, some of our community members, some of our staff talk during this pep rally. And really just a fun event that they would look forward to every year as kind of getting everybody on the same page. But throughout the year, I think it's important to include classified employees that aren't teaching in the classroom and different things. My first position, we actually had a PLC, a professional learning community. We met for teachers by their grade level or department, but we also did one with the classified employees. They weren't talking necessarily about instructional strategies, but they were talking about ways to work with the students and motivate the students. So I think getting them involved is really important, and those would be things that I would do, starting with the convocation event and doing other events where we got them involved in helping us. Because I think a lot of times your classified employees or your custodians, they have relationships with these students. They know them from the community, and they can actually make things happen more than a teacher can, get kids inspired and motivated. So I would definitely lean on them to help us.
Our school board is seeking a leader who will work with us and our stakeholders to develop and implement a strategic plan. How would you go about this work if you are selected to be the next superintendent?
So my entry plan would be a start of the strategic plan. I would gather information from all of the stakeholders, and the one I gave you is just a draft entry plan. I would have you help me with that if I was hired for this position to put other stakeholders into that and get your input into that as well as the building principals and the district staff. But I would talk to as many stakeholders as I could during the first 120 days. I would start to build some committees, really start prioritizing the needs of the district, whether it's academics, whatever the needs of the main needs of the district, the priorities are. At the end of the entry plan, we would have a lot of information, and I would try to put it in, I guess, what you call digestible information, so we could easily understand it. And that would be the start of our strategic plan. I would want to have a board retreat at the end of the entry plan where we start doing some planning. And I think that would be a really good start to our strategic plan for us to talk about what I discovered good things, bad things, things that were happening in the district that you may not have known that I actually saw. I would kind of do an audit. I wouldn't want to call it an audit because I wouldn't want it to be a positive thing, but I would want to let you know what's happening in the district, what I see, and we would put that in this entry plan. The entry plan would be a Google document where we can put information in and update it as we need to. I would present it regularly to the board. I would present it to the stakeholders in the community so they kind of knew what was happening with the entry plan and where we were going as far as a strategic plan. But that would be the start of the strategic plan. I think that would give us a lot of information to look at to make some good decisions, but it would also involve all of the stakeholders.
What issues, challenges have you experienced in meeting state and federal social education mandates?
I think I heard you.
I don't think.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. What issues / challenges have you experienced in meeting state and federal special education mandates?
Well, I actually did my dissertation on inclusion, special education inclusion. So I know that a new bill or new law as far as special education for next year is special education teachers can't do the non-traditional route that we normally do with teachers. They have to have a special mentor for, I think, 15 weeks. So that's something I've just recently discovered, that normally we do alternative licensure for all teachers, but special education has some special requirements for this upcoming school year starting in July. But I just working on my dissertation and working with different, as a building leader and a district leader with special education, just not having enough staff or training are two things that I've discovered. A lot of times we don't have the special one-on-one educational assistant or enough staff to work with special education students. A lot of times we pull students out of class for minutes and things like that, and we don't have them in class as much as we need to either. So I've really discovered that teachers don't have the training to have students in class all the time either with special education students. We don't have enough, we don't ever prioritize the professional learning to have enough special education training for all of the staff. There's always something that we have to do for the district or something we have to do for the building, and we always leave special education to the very end, but really it should be one of the #1 things that we do. So giving staff, because a lot of staff members have a negative perception of special education, and that's because they don't have the training. It's not something in college that you get a lot of training. You get a lot of different things, but you don't get a lot of special education training. So I feel like that's one thing we don't get enough of training for professional development to teach special education students.
Dr. Spalletta, share with us an innovative project or program that you initiated that you feel was a result of your visionary leadership and resulted in improved student outcome. How did you monitor and measure its success?
So I went from being at a small principal in Arkansas, a school that had about 400 high school students, to the largest high school in Kansas City, Missouri, a large urban area. The high school had 1,200 students. When I got there, I had staffing problems, I had discipline problems. There was 5 security guards at the school. Kids spent more time outside of the building than in the classrooms. On a regular basis, we had 200 kids absent a day. Had a lot of kids, probably 150 kids a day, came tardy to school. It was a big challenge. So I worked with my team, and I initiated it because I had been involved with a school improvement grant before. But I said, we really need this grant to help fix this school. So we applied for a school improvement grant through the Department of Education with Missouri. It took about 3 months, almost 4 months to get the grant put together. I had a lot of ideas, but But in order for the grant to work, I had to listen to everybody, all of the stakeholders. So I had to get their feedback and buy-in. And so all of the ideas I had, I kind of put those to the side because it wasn't going to work with a big building like that with all the problems they had. If it was all my idea, they would feel like I'm just directing them to do it. So I tried to take the approach to listen to as many stakeholders as possible. So we had a lot of after-school meetings, a lot of lunch meetings, a lot of before-the-school meetings that we met with the district staff, we met with the community, we met with the teachers, we met with the students, and put together a large grant. And we didn't even realize that we were going to get the whole thing funded. But after 4 months, and it was something that was presented to all of our high schools in the district, as well as across the state. We received the grant for $4.7 million. That grant allowed us to do a lot of things. We implemented college and career pathways at that high school. So college and career pathways enabled kids to not only get their high school diploma, but also get an industry-recognized certificate. So for like welding, different things like that, business, phlebotomy, things like that, nursing. They took these career classes as electives over their 10th, 11th, and 12th grade years and got a certificate at the ends. So that helped kids get motivated to come to school. They kind of enjoyed that. It wasn't the boring thing. They looked forward to getting that extra certificate. We changed the curriculum a little bit. We added project-based learning, more hands-on learning, and we know that that's kind of the 21st century way of learning is hands-on things. So we implemented project-based learning where kids worked on projects. It wasn't the normal teaching and learning where teachers wrote notes on the board and kids took notes and took tests. It was more hands-on building things, making things, developing things. So we added that to the curriculum. We did a lot of things for social and emotional learning. Kids there came from some really, really tough neighborhoods. So we added a social worker from the Hispanic community there that worked with the students. We had professional development for the teachers. As I mentioned, this was a very diverse school. There was at least 60 spoken languages. Kids came from all over the world. So we added people that could help with that. So the teachers understood. We did training on working with students from other countries because the teachers weren't all used to that. So that was some training we did for the teachers. We implemented a workshop model of instruction so that all our classrooms used the same model of instruction, and we gave the teachers training and professional development on that. We hired some people to come from different organizations to help with that. We incentivized kids coming to school, so we did incentive trips. They had to be educational based, so we went to like the World War II museum in town and went out and got hamburgers after that or pizza after that. So if kids came to school, had a good attendance rate, we did that. We hired a college and career coach. Her job was to help kids get into college. So they filled out the FAFSA, financial aid forms. We tried to get as many as we could filled out. Had a lot of parent meetings to talk about college. We took kids on, I think, 8 to 10 more college trips a year using that grant money. So the kids were able to go out and see colleges and have an idea what college was like. So the grant was very successful. I initiated it. I had a lot of ideas, but I really let the staff and the students and the community come up with this. And we put these college and career pathways in place, and that took a lot of planning, working with different community partners to find out what were the careers in the area in Kansas City that kids could go to. So it was really a lot of planning that went into that. But it was successful. The school improved the test scores. Within a short amount of time, the test scores improved, the graduation rate improved, attendance definitely improved right away. The head of security told me that he really appreciated it because when he came there in the past, kids were all over the place. He said, "What happened? The school's a ghost town. All the kids are in class when they're supposed to be." And there was a lot of tough conversations and a few things we had to put in place to make that happen. The school went from being a priority school, the lowest 5% in the state, to a focus school, one level up, which is a really big improvement. It's really hard to do that. And it helped the district. The district was unaccredited at the time, and that helped the district become accredited over time as well. So I feel like that was a big accomplishment that I helped spearhead that. It took a lot of people working together.
Well, we've gone through all the 12 questions, and now do you have any questions of us?
Yes, sir, I have a couple questions.
We'll answer as best as we can.
Thank you. If I was hired as your superintendent, what would be some of my biggest challenges?
Well, and I'll say mine, and then I'll let each one of them say something. I think some of our biggest challenges is our getting all our graduation rates back up where they used to be. At one time, Cobre was considered one of the best schools in the state, and right now we're way down there. So I think that would be one of the biggest challenges that I see.
I think staffing is a big challenge for us right now. You know, and you talked about substitutes and recruiting those folks and recruiting quality people for those positions. But one of the things that I see across the district is probably staffing.
Okay, thank you.
The question that or one of the things that I would have was, we've been losing a lot of students every year, and to try to get to the bottom of that, what reason or where are they going to, or what's happening? Are they going to other school districts, or mainly what's happening? Because losing the students means losing a lot of money, and that would be one of the ones that I would think.
Thank you.
Okay, well, what came up as one of the top ones with our leadership profile when Mr. Bash did our listening sessions was school board discord. That the majority of stakeholder feedback identified the lack of school board unity as the top challenge.
Thank you.
To echo some of the concerns regarding students leaving, it isn't so much because the families are leaving, they're going to other schools within the area. And that is very systemic, and it's a big concern. It's something we need to turn around. Teachers the same way, they're leaving here and going to other schools in the same area. We lack direction, and this is the board's responsibility. We lack a strategic plan. We lack an involvement in the schools to the level that we understand what's going on. There's an administration that is, there's an administration that's focused on showing the positive things of the schools, and where we lack is really identifying the challenges within the schools. So that would be a very welcomed direction to go in.
Thank you. I think I did a little research and learned those as priorities also. I wrote those down actually. So I feel like how I would handle this if hired as your superintendent, it would start with that entry plan that I gave you. That's kind of a draft, but I would start with something like that. But I would want to spend a lot of time getting to know all of you one-on-one, and then working towards a strategic plan at the end of the entry plan is really putting a strong strategic plan and getting buy-in from all of the stakeholders in the community. I've always been an instructional leader, so I feel like student achievement would be something that I would really be strong with, and I would want to work with the principals and the district staff that works with instruction to make sure our student achievement was on an increase, having annual goals, interim goals, really monitoring our student data and making sure we have an academic plan for all students, making sure that individual academic plans. And I think having a strong plan to get teachers is important, but also retain teachers, making teachers feel Small things make a big difference as far as retaining staff. and having a plan if the budget does continue to have a declining enrollment, because we know now that we've got to give higher raises to people. So making sure we have a strong budget, maybe a 5-year budget in place in case our enrollment does continue to decline. And I think the graduation rate is higher than a lot of places, but I'm with you. Why can't we have a 100% graduation rate? So I would work to make sure that we support students to make sure they're able to graduate, and then finding out where students are going, why they're going, and maybe doing an exit survey with them before they leave to ask them why. I think that's really important as far as staff and students, to talk with them before they leave, making sure it's something they have to sign off on or talk to an administrator like myself before they leave is really important.
Thank you very much for your comments and answering our questions. And I believe that we will let you know one way or another.
All right, it's a pleasure coming tonight. Thank you for inviting me, and I've enjoyed talking with you tonight. Thank you. Appreciate your consideration.
Same here. Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm going to show my screen here and address the audience members that are here tonight, along with people that are tuning in, so I can show them how to provide input. District staff have provided in a back room some additional water, other refreshments if you need, and so you do have a 5-minute window here if you need to take a break too. So, and I would share that with our audience members that are here in person too. If you need a bathroom break, they're just down the hallway. And if you plan to stay for the duration, we're going to bet you'll need a break at some point. So we've built that in. All right. As I'm booting this up, I will share that those of you in person, if you did not bring a device with you, like a smartphone, we do have half sheets at the table where you signed in that allow you the opportunity to share written input with the board regarding each candidate tonight. And there's pencils over there too if you need those, so we invite you to complete those tonight before you leave and deposit those in the box so that we can share those with the board as they deliberate. For those of you tuning in, I'm taking you to the Cobre Consolidated School District homepage, and I'm going to give it a second here, make sure it appears. There it is. So on your screen, if you go to the Cobre School District homepage, you'll see this link here that says Superintendent Finalists, Interviews, and Input Information. If you click on that, it will take you to this page, and you'll see a series of blue buttons. And you'll see that Dr. Jeff Spalletta, who just interviewed with the board, he was our first interview. If you click on his button, that will take you to an online input form that you can fill out. For each candidate, you're invited to respond to 2 questions: the strengths of that candidate and questions or concerns that you might have had about the candidate. That information will be summarized and shared with the board this evening during deliberations. And with that, we will take a brief break while we round up the next candidate and bring them in.
Mic check, check. Test one, test one. Mic check, check.
One test. One tester.
Mic check, check.
All right, I am pleased to introduce Dr. Adam Amador, our next candidate for the interview of superintendent with the Cobre Board. Welcome. We're glad that you're here. You'll be asked a series of 12 questions within the hour. And given time, we also hope that you have the opportunity to ask a couple questions of the board at the end of your interview, along with any closing remarks you'd like to make. Board members will take turns asking the questions. I think you introduced yourself here as you were handing out your materials, so I think we'll forego the formal board introduction so you can dive right into questions. At the end of the interview, for those audience members that are here, I will review the input opportunity that you have on any of the candidates tonight and do a quick review again online for those that are tuning in, knowing some might just be tuning in. So I want to make sure I do that after each interview. So with that, Mr. President.
Good afternoon, Mr. Amador. We have a series of 12 questions that we're going to ask. We're going to rotate the questions around. Each one of us will question, and you'll have opportunity to answer. And then if it's getting close to time, then I will have to speed up the questions so that everybody has a chance to answer every question. And at the end, pursuing like Mr. Bash said, we'll have opportunity for you to ask questions of us. Okay, so here we go. First question. What do you know about our district and the Cobre community? What inspired you to apply, and how has your experiences, and take this off because it's getting foggy, your experiences and training prepared you for this opportunity?
Well, first of all, President Sepulveda, members of the board, the Cobre learning community, thank you for providing me the opportunity to share this experience with you. The last time I was in this library, we were talking about exactly that, what made this place great. I ended up here because of the education I received in the Cobre Consolidated schools, the determination, the teachers that I had, some of whom were sitting in the crowd, my parents' first teachers, the experiences that I shared from Bayard Elementary, Snell Middle School, Cobre High School. Participated in everything that I could, band, mariachi, student government, baseball, and receiving a world-class education led me to want to discover the person I wanted to be and come and give back to this community at the right time. Over the last 20 years, I've been in different positions in different learning communities. In some of the most marginalized, you can start on the Frontera in Anthony, all the way up to the Lower Valley in Albuquerque, to Lordsburg, where I'm currently now. And I took what was best from the education that I received here in the school and in the community, and I've been able to deliver to all these other communities. What I shared with these communities was the comunidad, not only the comunidad, but the corazón that is in this community. The abrazos that we give to the community here. I took that. Now I have the opportunity to bring that back. I've worked in several school districts, from one of the largest school districts in the country, Albuquerque Public Schools, one of the smallest in the state in Lordsburg. Okay, and in all these learning experiences, I was formally educated with 2 master's degrees and a doctorate. And the doctorate I got as a qualitative researcher because the numbers continue to be used against marginalized and rural communities. And I said, well, what about the stories that these people live and have? Are we listening to those? Are we listening to the community? I learned that by being educated here. As a Cobre Indian, as a proud graduate of Cobre High School, as a member of the Bayard community, I continue to give back to this community today. I announce games, I do football for the Daily Press, I announce baseball tournaments, softball. However I can give back, when I can give back, I do. And it's because of that idea of comunidad, of the union. And as I said in my letter of interest, en la comunidad es la fuerza. And I learned that here in this school with these teachers, with the people in my community. And now I have the opportunity to bring that back. My interest lay in serving the community to the best of my ability and providing students, teachers, parents, community stakeholders the opportunity to continue to build on the traditions that make the Cobre School District great. Not only that, to make it number one in the region, but in the country. Those possibilities are endless here. And just as we mine copper and have done historically here, we send it all over the world and it comes back to us in the forms of technology, iPhones, computer systems, and cars. We can do that with students. I had the opportunity to leave here, go learn from the best of the best, and now I have the opportunity to come back. That interested me more than anything and give back to my community as much as I can. And I felt that applying and becoming the superintendent of the Cobre Consolidated School District was probably one of the best ways to do that. Because if you can change a mind, you can change a life.
Dr. Amador, how would you describe yourself as a leader and your leadership style?
I think I'm a servant leader, and I was asked this question frequently. I'm a mesero. What can I bring you? What can I give you to help you be successful? What opportunities can I provide to help you be successful? Are we looking at and examining at everything from every vantage point to making sure all students, all teachers, and all staff are successful? Are we providing teachers, principals, and community leaders with enough information and access, and school boards, to make sure that everything that we're doing equates to student success? And student success, as I found out, there's different cultures in each learning community. San Lorenzo has its own needs. Hurley has its own needs. Santa Clara has its own needs. Central. Snell Middle School has its own needs. And Cobre High School has its own needs. Being a superintendent requires you the ability and the talent and the time and energy to know how to serve those communities all the same, but differently, meeting those learning demands. So my leadership style is as such, it's servant leadership. How can I help you help your students be successful? How can I help you be successful? What do you need from me to be successful in what you want to do? And servant leadership is the best way to describe it. My work ethic is second to none. I've been asked by some of my former assistant principals, hey, slow down, like, too much, but it's with the reference and frame of mind that if we stop for 1 minute, some kids losing, some teachers losing faith in the system, someone's not informed, okay? And that's the type of leadership style that over time and coaching that I've learned to, I guess, acquire, you know, and then deliver as well.
Professional and personal qualities do you possess that will make you a successful leader in times of change while honoring existing traditions?
Test. I think the most important thing you said there was tradition, okay? And I've been at schools who tradition is key to success. It is what it is, right? One of the things that I said to the teachers a while ago is I said, everybody in this room should be wearing red and white, representing con gusto, with pride, right? What we do here, what we do best here in the Cobre District. That's the tradition. There's long lines of athletic success, academic success, community success, and that is tradition that's been created here. And I think there's a slogan on one of the fields that says tradition never dies, and it doesn't. You see it in excellence out in the community. I get to see that in the wrestling program. Okay, I coached wrestling for a little bit, and I remember, man, you're from Cobre. Que bueno, man. You guys, wrestling, baseball, softball, academics. A lot of good people come out of that Cobre district, and I hear this nationally. And I'm on a national level bringing these things here, the tradition. So we have to bring tradition, also has to meet innovation. Our students have access to all the information on the world on their phones. It's a Library of Alexandria, right? How do you engage that? How do you have tradition, maintain tradition, and create innovation, and create opportunities and access while maintaining tradition, so our students can go out into the world and serve the country, the community, or go to college, and then come back and give back to the community, coaching, teaching, serving the community, law enforcement, civic leaders, board members, okay? That's how we maintain it, and that's how we grow it, by creating that access and opportunity, using Western and institutions and enterprises in the mining district and beyond to make sure that our students are equipped with the necessary skills, tool sets, and leadership skills to go out into the world and change it and come back to our community and enhance it.
How would you prepare the board to make a decision on a politically sensitive or controversial issue?
It's twofold, okay? The board represents the community. And I think listening sessions in the community to provide adequate feedback to the board are essential for the board making decisions that impact student learning, environment, and achievement. Okay, so it's not just preparing the board, it's educating the board on right or left, black or white, you know, up or down, giving the board 360 vantage point, looking at if we make the decision one way, who is it going to affect adversely in another way? And I bring this question to the board to help answer mine. I was, in my doctoral studies, we met with Monsignor Banuelos, who was at St. Mark's in El Paso. And he said, all of you guys will be leaders one day. And I have to challenge you with this and ask you this. How is your way of life going to hurt somebody? How is your decision making going to hurt somebody? Because if it's going to hurt somebody, you can't make that decision. If it hurts one person, you can't make that decision. So I share that with the board because that's my way of thinking. How is this decision going to negatively impact somebody? And if it is there access and opportunity to not be negatively impacted? At the end of the day, I want to make sure the board's prepared to equate any decision that's made to student success, safe learning environments. Okay, I talked about comunidad. How does the board give an abrazo to every kid? Can the board give a single abrazo to kids? We have to be mindful and tactful on the decision-making process. We have to include all stakeholders and constituencies. And we have to make sure that what we're doing is best for students, best for teachers, best for principals. Now that's multifaceted, and not every idea can contain that, but we have to be mindful of everything that we do, and preparing the board with community input, with law, state and federal, with district policies and guidelines, making sure that we're living in all those realms and boxes is the best way to prepare the board for anything political. And then we also have to decide as a board, is this our political fight? Is this necessary for us keeping traditions in our district? Is this necessary for students? So the board has to be very reflective, and if it deals with students, we have to hear the student voice. You have to hear all voices at the table. Now it takes a long time, unfortunately, but I think the skills that I have in working in communities, bringing communities together, I firmly believe that there's no challenge that the board and myself will not meet and cannot meet to make sure that students have a safe learning environment.
Hello, Dr. Miller. Describe how you would address social media and misinformation and negativity. Additionally, please describe how you currently use social media as a communication strategy and what you think it should be like in our district.
Well, I firmly believe social media, it is what it is. It's here to stay. It's not going anywhere. Taking that away from anybody is not gonna work. It's very important, I think, for a district, if a district is celebrating student success, if a district is celebrating teacher success and getting out in front, you're gonna be okay. Misinforming will not work if you're constantly meeting with the community and updating on social media what you're doing with the community. 'Cause social media is another tool to amplify everything positive that's going on in the district. It's also a tool to ask questions about the problems that people think they're having. Okay, get out in front of those problems. Meet with the community. Show that on social media. Show the concerns on social media. Because if you're ahead of it, there can be no controversy. If there's transparency, there can be no controversy. And I firmly believe in using that as a tool to get out in front. Hey, there's this issue. We're going to take a community survey on it. Because guess what people are going to do? They'll fill out the survey. You might get an earful at Bailey's or the Snappy or you know the field, but I'd rather get an earful than a Facebook full or a Twitter full, right? And if we're out ahead of that saying, hey, we're working to address these problems, we want your input, you are valued, you have agency, that's the way it's going to be solved. And teaching the community how to provide solutions to problems rather than, hey, don't go to Facebook, come and meet with me. Let's put that on Facebook. You know, so-and-so came to meet with Dr. Amador in the office, they left satisfied. So-and-so came to the school board, we gave them public input, we heard, we made a decision that benefited all parties. And that's how we celebrate those successes on social media, while at the same time eliminating any negative feedback we might get.
How important do you feel it is for the superintendent to be visible throughout the community? How would you decide what activities or organizations are worth the time and effort of active participation?
I believe the superintendent at almost any cost has to be very visible and attend everything as much as they can. There has to be equity in that system of visibility, right? If I don't make the track meet Saturday, I'll be there on Tuesday. Or we decide, hey, all of us are going to be there at the district meets. All of us are going to be there at the silver wrestling duel. All of us are going to be there at the band concert, okay? So it's not so much the visibility of the superintendent, but the whole team, right? In my experiences in other schools, all administrators were at the football games. There was visibility with everybody, right? And that's important. There's no way to choose one thing over another. And in doing so, if you do, and if you go to one thing more than less, so you're saying that the students in San Lorenzo are less than the students in Bayard, we can't do that. So the superintendent has the ability to set up community functions where we display student artwork, student plays, any student activities at the elementaries, athletics and activities at the middle school, and at the high school. Superintendent has the ability to set Fiestas de San Lorenzo up at San Lorenzo Elementary, where we showcase this, and every student gets seen, every parent gets heard. The possibilities there are endless, right? It's a matter of scheduling, prioritizing. Does the board see this as a priority? Some boards want superintendents to be in the office and accessible. Some boards want people to be out in the community. So the board would have to decide, what's the priority of the superintendent? Are we going to be flexible in scheduling? Are you guys going to give me a district car to drive around the district and make sure I'm at everything? To me, that's important. Then we would have to look at board priorities as well. So we want a shared governance on what the superintendent's priorities are, what they're doing. Okay, and I want that input from the board. What do you guys think I need to be doing? Right now, do we need to be bridge building? Do we need to be community building? Do we need to have listening sessions? Okay, those are things that I want the board to instruct me to do, and then I'll give feedback, but I'm not going to prioritize one thing over another. I will have equity in presence, and I will be accessible and available at all schools at any time they need me for any function. Personal invitations from students are always welcome, right? Not only that, it gives me the ability to showcase and amplify all the great things that go on in these communities. So why wouldn't I want to be there? You know what I'm saying? So for me, that's hugely important. It's important to the little kids. Maybe they aspire to be school board members. Maybe they aspire to work for the Forest Service. Maybe they want to go be directors at hospitals. Maybe they want to go be teachers. And if we provide them that role modelship, they'll do it, and they'll respond in kind. And remember, presence is key. Presence is key. Priority, keeping that presence a priority for the district is key. And I think just being very accessible, and like I said, the district scheduling events at the schools, making sure that every school's equally a priority is gonna be key to my visibility in this district. Now, mind you, I walk around everywhere anyway, so I'm pretty visible. Be that as it may, officially doing it is more important.
Dr. Amador, could you please describe your budget and finance experience?
I'll tell you this, I have extensive background in budget and finance. My coursework at Highlands University, we had Dr. Sharon Ball, who was working for Legislative Education Finance Committee. She taught us how to code and budget. We had to create our own schools and all that on budgets based on state finance codes, okay, and procurement. So it's not only finance and budget, procurement is important as well in the process, okay? Moving forward, I've worked with budgets out of Trisco Heritage Academy. Our budget was $6.2 million in 2012. We did an audit on it and were awarded $7 million, another $1 million extra because of our knowledge of finance and budgeting for that school. I think that's comparative. It might be a little bit less than the size of the Cobre district, right? We had 3,200 students, 211 staff, and we audited that. My experience in that and in working at the state levels, in looking at budgets and prioritizing, brought me to that. When as a principal, we have to do budgets. Okay, so I know extensively how to work with multi-$100,000 or multi-million-dollar budgets based on what the district's priorities are, based on what the community priority is, okay? So I would say that it's probably the last 15 years, there's not a lot of people, and I'm sure you guys know this, that know how to do school budgeting inside and out. I'm one of them, fortunately. So I can tell you, if you gave me a budget right now, I could break it down for you. That's how effective I would be, based on the priorities that you guys provided me.
What experience do you find most useful in recruiting administrators and teachers?
I believe it goes back to comunidad. If administrators and teachers and staff know that they're going to be treated well and taken care of, they're going to stay, first of all, so you don't have to go looking for anybody. I believe strongly in getting the best, but first and foremost, providing the best to who we have here. If we provide the best to the community, to the learning community, from instructional assistants to custodians, to school psychologists, to social workers, special education teachers, up and down the pipe, pre-K teachers, everybody. If we give them the best, we don't have to worry about looking for people. If we give our principals the top training in the country, we don't have to go look for anybody because we have the best now. So a question to that would be, what is wrong with being number one, right? Then we would want to do that at every layer and level. Anything we do, again, has to equate to student success. So if we're bringing the best in for our teachers, if we're bringing the best teachers in, if we're bringing the best principals in, or if we're creating them here, if we're doing organic leadership programs, or we're training our current principals, I mean, think about it. People here in the district have a lot of experience. Are we using that to the best of their ability, to our ability, to your ability? Okay? We want to create those opportunities and avenues to where we have the best. Whether they're brought in, created, or maintained here, we want to make sure that anybody that comes through these doors in the Cobre Consolidated School District receives the best. And they give that C for Cobre doesn't only stand for Cobre. It stands for comunidad, it stands for corazón, it stands for a lot of things, character. And we want to make sure that they know that when they come here. They're going to get an abrazo, they're going to get this packet, they're going to get unending and unwavering support to make sure that they're successful.
Many of our staff work in support positions across the district. If you were talking with a bus driver, nutrition worker, or technology support, how would you explain their contribution to the success of each student in Cobre? What would you do to ensure a culture where all employees believe that their contributions are critical to the success of our students?
Well, I'll tell you what, if they don't know that, it's going to be celebrated. I've told my bus drivers time and time again in every school, if you don't have a smile on your face, you will ruin a kid's day. You have to have some peace in that bus, so I know the kids are coming without question, unharmed. Okay? The bus drivers are the most important people sometimes because that's the first person they engage with. That's the first adult kids engage with in the mornings. And then the afternoons too, right? Bus drivers are just as important as a superintendent. Cafeteria staff, they're feeding our babies. I'll tell you a story about Miss Dorothy. When I was at Howard University, I didn't know Miss Dorothy. I was there for a month, and she says, "Baby," she tells me, "what does the good Lord have you doing today?" And I said, "Well, Miss Dorothy, I'm from New Mexico. I'm doing this." She says, she tells me, "You go, and I want you to get all this food inside. You come back and get as much as you want so you can get that brain going. Get that nourishment to go help kids." That's how important Miss Dorothy was at Howard. Unreal. She didn't know me. I didn't know her. But I went, I didn't spend any money eating there. I mean, I eat a lot, you can tell. But I went down there, and Miss Dorothy talked to each and every one of us. 1,000 students a day are going through there. And Miss Dorothy took the time to greet us and treat us like we were her own grandkids. Even went to church on a Sunday. "Baby, what did the good Lord have to say today?" she tells me. And I said, "Well, Miss Dorothy, treat others as you want to be treated." Plain and simple. But she made me feel at home. She gave me that abrazo, right, that corazón. And I'm in D.C., African-American lady. We hit it off right there because she knew I was there to help kids. I was helping her babies, and she was taking care of this baby, right? That's how important our nutrition workers are. Our tech people. Talk about the social media thing. We don't have tech people. We're not taking care of them. It is what it is. This breaks down. No one can see what's going on here in the meeting, right? They're as equally as important as a superintendent, as a school board, as anybody else. It's called flat leadership. Everybody is as important as everybody else. Everybody has agency. Every single person has agency in the district. From the folks, I started off as an instructional assistant. An instructional assistant. If you've ever been an instructional assistant, you know 9 times out of 10 you're probably not valued. You're making copies. You're doing this. Not at my school. I wore a suit and tie. I did D-level instructional assistant. Blind student, cerebral palsy, Down syndrome. Okay? I still wore a suit and tie every day because those kids needed the same value as all the other kids. I was the only one that did, and they would make fun of me. "You're going to get all your clothes all dirty." I don't care. I'm not here for that. I'm here to make sure the kids know someone cares about them. If we have that from the bus driver to the cross guards to the superintendent's office to the school board, I'll tell you what, kids are going to know. And kids know and families know who cares about them and who doesn't, based on if people are smiling or not, right? But also that's reflective of me in creating that culture where people are welcomed, they're heard, they have agency, and they get the abrazo, whether it's a tight one or a side one, they're going to get a hug, right? Knowing that they're welcomed in this district, and we're going to value them for who they are and what they bring to this learning community.
Our school board is seeking a leader who will work with us and our stakeholders to develop and implement a strategic plan. How would you go about this would you go about this work if you are selected as the next superintendent?
We have to have listening sessions. Okay, what does the community demand for learning and quality education in the district? Okay, What is the community demand? That also includes school board members, and I've done strategic planning time and time and time again. What is the school board's commitment to the superintendent coming in, leading strategic planning? That's the real question. What is the school board's commitment to me coming in and bringing in innovation to this district while maintaining tradition? Are we going to continue to do what we've always done? And I think that's the definition of chaos, right? If we do what we've always done, we're going to get what we've always gotten. Now, my question to the board is, what is wrong with being number one? If it's nothing, the second question is, why are we not bringing in top-tier people to do strategic planning? Okay? You hired me to be a superintendent. I know how to do strategic planning. I can do it. But I want to also have a voice in there. We want to bring people in that know how to do this effectively and that have done it where schools are successful, students are successful, teachers are successful. Nobody's leaving because we've created a culture and environment through strategic planning where the budget reflects our care for education, the plan reflects our care for education. Each learning community in the district has agency and a voice in this strategic planning, and each community in the district, Santa Clara, Mimbres, Fierro, Vanadium, whatever's left of Vanadium, Hurley, Bayard, they are valued. That's what we want strategic planning to be. Not only to prepare our students to serve this community, but to go out and get highly educated, to go out and solve the cure for cancer, to go out and be the next governor, to go out and be the next superintendent. We want to make sure that that strategic plan reflects the traditions of Cobre High School, the Cobre Consolidated School District, all of the elementaries, and at the same time offers for innovation for our students. It offers growth for our teachers and leadership opportunities for our principals and other administrators.
Okay, here we go again. What issues/challenges have you experienced in meeting state and federal special education mandates?
I'm gonna quote the law. There are no issues in meeting those mandates. You have to meet them. We have expertise in this district. We have leadership in this district that can meet all those needs. Those thought partners have to be operationalized in order to do this. We just transferred it over to MLSS right now, okay? Number 7 on MLSS calls for community input. Popular science. The parents know how to best educate their kids. They know what their kids are coming with. For me, this isn't a business. We don't get broken kids and kick them out because they're broken. We educate everybody here. And with that philosophy in special education, if we're innovative, if we're giving our teachers agency to have input in processes, we won't run into anything in special ed. Now, I can tell you that I am a special ed advocate, which means that when a student gets in some trouble or a district gets in trouble, I get called in. And I sit in and I said, hold on, everybody raise your hand. Raise your hands. Are we all here for kids? Okay, then let's focus on the kid. And we move forward like that. Do the IEPs last 3 hours? Yes, they do. But guess what? That's the best 3 hours we've ever had because we're talking about kids. And I can assure you that in working with legal counsel for the state of New Mexico with the PED, working with general counsels from district, they appreciate someone who can come in and pull everybody together at the table for special ed and address the needs of students, while at the same time supporting teachers and supporting superintendents to lead with these special populations. Is everybody here for all students? Then we shouldn't have a problem, because the solutions are right here. You guys have solutions too. You would be amazed, and I'm going to share this example with you. I have taught gifted education, GT. There's a handful of us that are trained to do it. It's in special ed. And I used a gifted model, a higher learning model, on one of my lowest students. And I'll use my name. I said, teachers, can Adam present on dinosaurs? Oh no, he can't. He's gonna get mad and throw the dinosaur at us. I brought Adam in. Adam came in. Adam, tell me about the Brontosaurus Rex, or whatever, Tyrannosaurus Rex. He told the teachers about it. He's a D-level student. He told the teachers about it. He presented. That's Bloom's taxonomy. It's higher level thinking. And we're telling this kid he can't do it. So I went on the next thing on the model and I said, can Adam explore about dinosaurs? Oh no, we don't even have fossils around here. I said, okay, time out. Go put dinosaurs in the sandbox and go put some fossils in the sandbox. Take Adam outside. Guess what Adam did? Adam went exploring for dinosaurs. Knocked another one out. Can Adam teach you about dinosaurs? Oh no, he can't, he doesn't know how to read. I said, Adam, can you type dinosaurs into Google? Yes. Took him a while. I gave him the word. He typed it in. He hit enter. It showed him a thing on dinosaurs at his level. And he started reading to the teachers. Okay? What I'm getting at is there are solutions for everything. They're here. Working with special education students shouldn't be any less than working with regular education students. Working with athletics, it should all be prioritized. Okay? If we're prioritizing our most marginalized students, we're going to be in good shape. Working in SPED law, if we're delivering a high quality education and high quality instruction to our kids, that's non-existent, because we're providing the best for every single student that walks through these doors. It's not impossible. It's not impossible, but I'm telling you, as an advocate, as someone who goes in for the districts and for students, it's not impossible to bring all stakeholders to the table to say, hey, if we're here for kids, come on. I've sat in rooms where there's 30 people in an IEP. Do you know how intimidating that is for a parent? For a kid? It's terrible. We can't do that to kids. And guess what? If we're delivering everything I said, we don't have to worry about that. Our general counsel won't be billing us $425 an hour for a single sentence letter to anybody. I can assure you of that. With that, our teachers, all of them, every single teacher that has access to students with exceptionalities have to have the best training available, period. Okay? It's not only the legalities, it's how did we get there? It's root cause analysis. How do we keep getting to these conclusions? Well, we keep doing the same things over and over. That's why things are chaotic. If you hire me, I'm going to bring in the best. That's it. That's it. You'll get the best. The community gets the best. The kids get the best. The teachers get the best. I've done it already. When I moved back to Grant County, the theme became ahora es cuando. We're waiting. The time is now. The time is now for all of our students to get the best, all of our teachers, special ed or not. So the legalities, Mr. Sepulveda, will not matter. They will not matter if we're delivering a high quality education to all kids.
Dr. Amador, share with us an innovative project or program that you initiated that you feel was a result of your visionary leadership and resulted in improved student outcomes. How did you monitor and measure its success?
I'm going to share a couple as fast as I can. And I'm going to use Lordsburg, Science Night, 2020, right before COVID hit, right before we went virtual. I had been going to Next Gen Science training in Deming, and I'm like, man, how do we operationalize this in our schools? And I got some teachers to go. Next Gen's top of the line science stuff. I think everybody was going. But it wasn't just that we're getting the training, it's how do you operationalize this for your kids, right? How do we get this for your kids? So I have Wested was training us, and I was kind of like, oh, here we go, another professional development, right? Another thing another hoop we gotta get through. And they pulled me aside, and one of the guys was like, look, it looks like you don't want to be here, but you're mad enough to get this done for your kids. And I said, all right, challenge accepted. So I go back to the school. I said, we're going to have science night here, and this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. It took me Walmarts from Las Cruces to Deming to Silver to get all the materials in one night before science night. We have science night. Kids are going home talking about science. Through COVID, my kids sustained performance. Sustained performance. 99% of the school districts in the United States dropped in performance in student learning. My kids sustained performance because we got them invigorated in their own learning. I had parents calling and texting, my kid doesn't shut up about science, they want to blow stuff up outside, they're using Alka-Seltzer in water, they're doing this and that. They're sharing it on Facebook, That's what we want shared on Facebook, right? Student progress, student learning engagement. I got awarded, my school, my teachers, my learning community is now one of the best elementaries in the country. Recognized nationally. Okay, that's one example. Another example, simple cultural things. How many of us do fine arts? Do we have art class here in the Cobre schools? Do we have fine arts? As much as we can, right? I had the opportunity to hold an art fair at one of the schools I was at. Black tie affair. The student art was displayed. Now, we all know artists. They're on a different wavelength. I got kids to come to school to re-enroll to be a part of this art fair that we displayed in our atrium. It was judged, and guess what? It wasn't just art, it was the fine arts and music, okay? Culinary arts. I had my art classes blow through the roof with enrollment, my culinary classes blow through the roof. Kids who were not coming to school were now coming to school, the attendance was down, performance was up. Because we created agency for another marginalized population in the district. Okay? At Albuquerque High, we have Chicano programs there. A lot of the students that we had were not performing. They were going to McDonald's. I was a dean. They were going to McDonald's for lunch and staying there and upsetting the manager. We started doing culturally relevant programming at the school. There's a mariachi. We did the posadas. We walked around Martinez Town. Okay? You have 500 people following you. 2 principals with guitars. Me and Mr. Gonzalez, right? We're mariachis, so that's what we did. But it was con gusto and con orgullo with the community that they said, hey, these guys are just like us. And then we had to tell them, we were just like you too. Okay? You want to talk about performance? In this time, we went from a D to an A at Albuquerque High performance. As a dean of students, we focused on attendance and discipline. And discipline not being punitive. Discipline saying, hey, what's going on at home that you're not coming to school, and how can we help you be successful here? I ran Saturday school where my average attendance was almost 250 kids. And these 250 traviesos, or whatever we want to call them, they cleaned my campus every Saturday, and I fed them hot dogs and hamburgers every Saturday. That's a beauty of being the baseball coach, but they were coming to school. You want to look at data, you want to look at school environment, there was no graffiti on my campus at the time I was dean of students. Because these kids were given agency and pride. I handed them all old-fashioned baseball jerseys, hats, whatever I could give them. That's it. I'm a bulldog. And I bring that here because I see students leaving the district and going to other schools because they're not welcome here. I don't know why. What I want to see as a superintendent is everybody's wearing Cobre Schools gear. Every kid, every grandma, every Nino, because that's the orgullo in this community. You go to wrestling, you go to baseball, you go to softball, you go to band, and everybody's there. Everybody's there. That's what this community is. There's agency and there's value in everything that we do. That's the data you want to see. You want to see 1,000 people at the games. You want to see 100 kids performing in band. You want to see our fine arts being amplified. Because if we focus on that, I can assure you our performance and attendance and participation will go through the roof. That's the tradition of the Cobre Consolidated schools. Right there. It can be done. It will be done.
That was the last question. Now we got about 5 minutes, and you got any question of us?
One of the things that I read was, does the person have the commitment to be here for a long time? I'm going to answer that yes. But the question I have for the board is, are you guys going to be committed to me for a long time? Second question, are you going to allow me to bring in innovation to this district and do what I said I was going to do here tonight? Those are my questions.
Okay, we'll answer, each one of us will get a chance to answer your question. And my answer is that has to go through when we do, you know, the superintendent evaluation at that time, and where we go with that. So yes, you can. What I'm saying is that with the evaluation, when that certain period of time comes for the evaluation, and that goes along with the superintendent contract. Mr. Guadiana?
One of the first projects we hope to address with the new superintendent is going to be to develop the strategic plan. I, as an individual school board member, want to see innovation up at the very highest level. The stagnation that we have here is a cancer, and I'm very enthused to respond in a way that I hope invites you, as well as tells you the circumstances you're going to be stepping into.
So in regards to the first part of your question, you know, longevity on the board and stuff, I know while we're here, and I can speak for myself, and I should say for most of the board members, we're going to give you all we can. You know, we do have our challenges, and so definitely we would look to you for that leadership if that was the case. Of course, elections are what they are, right? In regards to innovation with the district, definitely, I would certainly invite innovation for the district. I'm a realist, though, right? I'm a police officer, so there has to be sideboards in regards to, you know, budget's always a huge thing, and so definitely would invite innovation, but understanding the realities of those sideboards and sometimes limitations.
Dr. Amador, what I can say is I can't answer your one of your questions because I am a board member. There's 5 of us that we would have to get together and see what direction we want to go, see how much money we have to do that. But we would be behind you, and we would be inviting all from the community or from everybody else to see how we could work at it. As far as are we going to be here how long? You have 2 board members that have been here a long time, and we have the others have been a little bit fresher, but I'm sure that we're going to be here for a long time. Thank you.
So the first question, will we be committed to you? In our leadership profile, when we listened to our stakeholders in our community, one of the strengths that was pointed out was longevity of service, and how having people in our school district contributes to the stability of the school district. I think that's important to our community, And I think as a board, we need to listen to our stakeholders and noting that that is important to them. In regards to your question about allowing innovation, I think COVID has taught us that we have to be innovative. I have always said that the silver lining to COVID was that it pushed us into the 21st century. We were stagnant. We weren't where we needed to be, trying to teach our students for the 21st century and the world that they will have when they enter the workforce. So I am open to innovation because we need it. Education cannot be stagnant.
We want to thank you for being here, Mr. And we will be letting you know one way or another. And thank you again.
Thank you, School Board President Sepulveda, Vice President Cordova, and members of the community. I appreciate your time and your generosity of your time. And it's, like I said, es un placer. It's awesome to be here. And the last time I was in here, we were talking about graduating high school. So thank you again.
All right. As I mentioned at the front end of the interview, I would do a quick review of the input options for audience members here tonight. If you're interested in leaving some written input for the board on this candidate, there are some half sheets just behind you on the table where you see a box. And if you do want to participate in that, we ask that you complete those before you leave and deposit them in the box so that the board can take a look at those tonight when they deliberate on candidates. For those of you tuning in, I'm about to share my screen and show you the school district's website. So give me a moment while that appears. There we go. So if you're tuning in and wondering how to share input electronically, this is the Cobre School District homepage. This link right here says Superintendent Finalist Interviews and Input Information. If you click on it, it'll take you to another page where you'll see a series of blue buttons. The first blue button, if you click on that, it says Input Form for Adam Amador. And it takes you I've lost some gas. All right, part of my role is timekeeper, so thank you for coming back. All right. I'd like to introduce Johnny Benavidez. Johnny, why don't you come and have a seat here? He's our next interview for the position of superintendent, Cobre School District, and welcome. We're glad you're here. Thank you. At this time, the board's going to introduce themselves, but is there anybody here who is a stranger to you? No. Okay. Well, all right. Well, I just want to make sure you know who you're visiting with. So why don't we go ahead and start with Serena, and maybe you can just introduce yourselves as we go through.
Hello, I'm Serena Modia, newly elected school board member.
Hello, Johnny. Frank Cordova here, and we've known each other for quite a few years. Yes.
Hello, Johnny. You know me for quite a while also. Yep. I think our picture's probably up there together.
Mr. Benavides, you know me as well too, Canuto Molina, and newly appointed board member. So.
And you're Mr. Benavides? Pleasure to see you, Mr. Benavides, and I wish you good luck. And I'm Gilbert Guadiana, and just re-elected recently, so in my second term.
All right, and welcome to members of the audience here in person. And just a reminder to everybody here that we do have community members tuning in electronically, and so a reminder to use your microphones. And Johnny, this microphone belongs to you.
Really? Well, first of all, thank you for having me here. It's great to see you.
Oh, glad to have you, Johnny. What we're going to do, there's a series of 12 questions that we'll ask. We'll rotate asking questions among us, and we got 1 hour to do it. If we're running behind a little bit, I'll ask that we kind of speed up the questions a little bit so we can go through all the questions in that 1 hour. If there's time left at the end, there'll be some time there for you to ask questions of us. So, you got any questions right now? No? Okay, we'll start. What do you know about the district and the Cobre community? And what inspired you to apply, and how has your experience and training prepared you for this opportunity?
Okay, I grew up in the Cobre district. I'm a graduate of Cobre Consolidated Schools. I went to school at Western. I have 2 degrees. I have a degree in teaching, and I have a master's in educational leadership. I graduated in 1976, but I could not afford to teach. So I had to stay in my first career until I retired, and when I retired, I was teaching at Deming the following day. Well, I taught over there for 4 years and came to Cobre and had great experiences here. The passion are the students. We're here for the students, number one, to get them educated, to do the best we can. Without students, students are first at all times. Academics are first at all times. I used to say this, and I get a little bit of feedback. Students first, teachers second. Principals, when I was a principal, we were a dime a dozen, but teachers stayed, and they worked hard, and they made sure students succeeded. Challenges, many challenges. Many challenges in dealing with students, but in the end, dealing with students and parents, but in the end, parents advocate for the children. And the whole thing is, without parents involved in our educational system, we don't do as well. So I believe a lot of potential still exists. When I retired, I'm sorry I ever retired because this was a great experience. I enjoyed what I was doing to the max. And hopefully I'll get a chance to do it again.
Mr. Benavides, how would you describe yourself as a leader and your leadership style?
I don't, you know, leaders, you may be a leader, you have more responsibilities, but if you don't have a team behind you, you go nowhere, bottom line. My job to be a leader is to make sure we address all the concerns. The number one thing we gotta address is the budget, and we gotta have a great team between the board and the superintendent. And then you start going to the campuses where the principals have teams, and hopefully, I am gonna want teams that include parents. We will have our teams at the administrative that would include parents with a budget and anything else that we need. I am a team leader. I'm a team facilitator. I was trained as a team facilitator in my other career. Without it, I don't believe I could do anything. And like I said, you have to develop a culture as a team members, so that students can succeed. And you can go on to campuses and you can get a quick guide and reference to see what kind of a culture they have. And the most important culture they have that we need is to be an academic culture, a safe culture, and parents involved in teams, and everybody. If you don't have goals, everybody has to set goals. It doesn't do any good to have a team without goals. So if you don't have any goals in anything that we do, where are we going? What are we doing? You either set your goals with time frames, everything that can be achievable, and you're gonna be there, I'm gonna be there, and hopefully parents will be there. So like I said, I believe in teams, and that would be my style.
Mr. Cordova.
What professional and personal qualities do you possess that will make you a successful leader in times of change while honoring existing traditions?
Well, let me tell you, I've had training. I've been a mayor, so I had to learn the budgets. I had to learn protocol. I had to learn how to work with employees. You're going to have, like I said, the culture of the school, the culture of the district. What are we doing? You're going to have traditions that may want to go, but at the end, the budget tells you what you can do and what you cannot do. When you form your budget, you better be sure that everything, you know, you're going to have your educational plan for your budget has to include every single thing that is needed to operate this district. If you don't have it and you may ask something may have to go by the wayside compared to the traditions. Cobre has a history of great tradition. I remember I'm up there with this young man over here. And that was 10 years after it started. Challenges here? Yeah, we'll have them. But like I said, traditions, yes, we want them to keep going. We don't want them to die because there's another tradition that nobody ever talks about. We have graduated lawyers, we have graduated doctors, we have graduated great workers. Right now, Grant County has 2 people that are doing extremely well. One from Silver and one from Cobre. One is at West Point, a girl at West Point, her 3rd year, and another one from Cobre, his 2nd year in the Naval Academy. But there is one success that we never talk to and give credit, and it's a tradition, our parents. Without our parents, it takes 13 years to get this student from here to the graduation level when they graduate. But we never hear anything about the parents. They're the other team, the most important team for some kids, whether it be single parent, 2 parents, grandma, uncle, or whatever, and can't be without them.
How would you prepare the board to make a decision on a politically sensitive or controversial issue?
Okay, hopefully the board and I were going to be the first great team that we have, because we have to work as a team and set our goals to see what we're going to do. If we don't, where are we going? Controversy, any decision you make, you have to do. One of the things you got to avoid, you never make an emotional decision. You always make a factual decision. You look at everything that is correct, you look at the law, And then you gotta look at where it's going. How is it gonna affect the school? But it's a government mandated law, then we have to explain it why we're accepting it. The main thing is look at the evidence, not hearsay. Look at evidence and make decisions based on facts and not emotion. And you gotta talk, you have to develop, superintendent and school board develop a relationship with our elected leaders, state and federal. So you have to include them too.
Hello, Mr. Benavides. Describe how you address social media misinformation and negativity. Additionally, please describe how you currently use social media as a communication strategy and how you would think it should be used in the district.
Okay. The worst thing is to make a mistake and then you gotta go back and apologize. But like I said, you better have the facts in order and you better be able to go back and retract. In the meantime, I use the media, I use the phone, I use my computer, I send messages, I get emails, and as far as communications with the board, anything and everything. Letters, emails, telephones, meetings, whatever is needed. The important thing is to have communications. But then I kick it up to, that's what I use. What do we offer our students too for the future? Everything is not the same as it was when we were going to school. What do we have to offer our students with technology? Do we have programs? Do we have programs that you need to have as an accreditation to graduate here at Cobre High School? So how far are we going? The world is turning, changing. Nowadays, when I was teaching in Deming, when I was a student here, I was taking French, had a pen pal in France. 2 months before we send a letter, I get it back in 2 months, and it was total 2 months. Now, we had a teacher that taught with us from Spain. Send her an email and get it back in 10 minutes if she wants to. Communications is the key, but at the same time, what do we have for our students for the future? You look at NASA channel and oh my gosh, you get to see what is available and are we preparing them? How important do you feel it is for the superintendent to be visible throughout the community?
Okay, now, how important do you feel it is for the superintendent to be visible throughout the community? How would you describe what activities / organizations are worth the time and effort to actively participate?
You know, I am part of the school district. I am not the school district. I am part of it like any teacher, any student, any principal. So I have to belong on their team, and being seen is being part of the team. If you don't want to be seen, find another job. I surely will be in the schools. I will be in the classrooms. And let's understand this. I am not in charge of that campus. Principal is. I consider him like a CEO of that campus. If I am going on to that campus, I am their guest. And be seen, be walking among students, talking with them. You'd be surprised what students tell you if they have the confidence in you. They're willing to talk to you. Teachers are willing to talk to you. Principals, yeah, but to be seen, why do I want to miss a football game, a basketball game, a track, anything like that? You have to be seen. You represent the district, and most of all, you represent the Cobre School District, but I also represent myself, and I am employed by them. So why not? I mean, I have to. I would enjoy coming back, believe it or not, to a prom and visit it again. Why not? If you're not with the team, you're out of it.
Mr. Benavides, please describe your budget/finance experience.
Okay, I was a mayor, so I had to learn the budget, and you learned it, but for the schools, you have to start your budget process. You're gonna start the rough draft, I think, in November through January, and you have a team. You have a budget team, parents, and teachers, and administrators. Once we become with a rough draft, bring it and present it to you, and you're gonna look at it and you're gonna say, nah, we need to relook at it again. Okay, we'll look at it again, but understand one thing. The budget is the lifeblood of any school district. If you don't have it in the budget, you're not gonna get it done. So you need to put every single penny that you need for every department. So you have to do that, bring it to you guys, and finally, if it is approved, we have to get it in before June the 30th, I believe. But there's gonna be a little bit of a pause, because you're gonna have the state session. The state legislators are gonna be in session, and then you gotta wait to hear how much money they're gonna budget, and you gotta be aware of it. So that's where you have to develop relationships with them, so you can communicate with them, and they can communicate with you. And then once it is approved, we get our allotment. Once we get our allotment, we have the state equalization guarantee, which is 90% of your budget. Then you gotta ask for a budget for the transportation. Then you gotta ask budget for special ed. You gotta ask, all of that should be included in the educational plan for the budget. So you have to be on it, and then once you gotta have a five-year plan to estimate how many students you're gonna have or not have. All of that has to go into it. They're gonna know how many students you have now, and then they're gonna calculate the unit per student, and then they're gonna give you. One thing about the budget, you have to be on it. The board, should get a copy monthly, every 3 months, whatever, of what has been spent and how much there is in it. You need to know, I need to know, if I make a mistake, you're gonna correct me. You are the governance board. You are the one that makes policy. And then I work with the governance board. So I have to make sure you are kept up on everything that is going on. And the budget is the most important thing. And sometimes you get ideas, or some other people get ideas, and they want things. If it's not in the budget, sometimes you have to say no. But at the same time, the parents need to know. You have to have them. And also, principals need to know about the budget. You should give the budget, and they need to know what they're doing, especially for subs. Now I'm sure we're needing a lot of subs. We're having a hard time keeping teachers that are certified. All that has to go in the budget. Make sure every single thing that is needed is put into the budget. And then you spend it very prudently. You gotta be very careful. And my job is to protect you guys and to protect the district as far as the budget. The finance director will probably get tired of seeing me or hearing from me, but it's part of it. That is it. There are no excuses for not knowing the budget and not being good with the budget. And if we don't, then we try and figure out what we need to do and then see what we can do. I understand sometimes you may go over on one, but you better understand what you're going over, and before it happens, so that you can say, no, it can't be done, unless you can move something, a line item. Once you get the budget, it becomes line items for every department, for every single thing, and you better be aware of how it's gonna be spent. And then, did I mention 40, 120, 40, 80, and 120 days, you gotta report your student how many students you have, and they're gonna look at it, the state budget will look at it, your population per the district, 40, 80, and 120 days. And that may have an effect on it.
Mr. Benavides, what procedures do you find most useful in recruiting administrators and teachers?
one of the most important things that we need is to have our school culture. It goes around schools to school to school culture. If you have a great school culture, they're going to want to come. And it's an interview, and it's a positive interview. And no matter what it is, teacher, custodian, principal, or whatever, you listen to them. And then what I am looking for, are they team-oriented? Because we are a team. If we don't have any goals, what are we? We have to be team-oriented. Are they willing to work with whoever is on the team with the goals they're doing? Are they willing to work? You will get, I have to do a background check on them to see if they can qualify to work in the schools. You have to. And once you do that, bring them in. One of the things you do, and I know it's not right, but you sit and you listen and see if they're professionally dressed. You listen to what they say. Sometimes they speak less words, and I speak a lot of words, but yet they say more in 2 or 3 words than I will say in 100 words. So you gotta listen, and then ask them how they feel about students. It's important to know how they feel about working with students, how they feel about teaching. There's a lot of questions to ask, and you look at their background, like I said. And then give them the opportunity to ask you questions, and you better be upfront and answer it. And they may be willing not to after they hear what you have to say, or they may be willing to do it. Hopefully, we will get them.
Many of our staff work in support positions across the district. If you were talking with a bus driver, nutrition worker, or technology support, how would you explain their contribution to the success of each student in Cobre? What would you do to ensure a culture where all employees believe that their contributions are critical to the success of our students?
I'll start when I was a teacher. We had different custodians, and one custodian didn't want to do the work. So I decided I would go in every morning early and clean my classroom. I could not depend on him. I don't know what his problem was, but everybody's on the team. I mean, everybody is important. Custodians, bus drivers. If I remember when I was at, I believe in Central, and we bought a T-shirt, I give one to the bus drivers too. Everybody's on the team. And without them, where would we be? Everybody is important. Everybody is important as the superintendent. He is no better than anybody else. We are all important. We're all on one team. We have goals. They have different goals than what I have, but yet we still have the one goal to succeed at Cobre High School. You have to respect them every single time you talk to them. There is no such thing as a put down or anything. It's always about respect. And the students, I always used to say the respect comes from us first, even in the high school level. We are the adults, and we give it first. So as being a superintendent, you have to. There is no such thing. There is no excuse for not to. Everybody is important whenever you talk to them and you thank them for what they're doing. It's that there's no ifs or buts, you know. They are just as important as anybody else. Parents are also very important, and you have to include them too.
Our school board is seeking a leader who will work with us and our stakeholders to develop and implement a strategic plan. How would you go about this work if you are selected to be the superintendent?
Like I said before, first I got to work with the governing board, the school board, to see what our plan is, where we're going. And then I have to communicate with, we already have one plan, we have a budget plan that we all agreed on, but then you have a strategic plan if you want to do it for academics, Academics is important, the most important thing you have. So you have to develop a strategic plan. You form a team. On your team, you can have teachers, you better have teachers, principals, school board members, and parents. Set your goals of where you want to go, in what time. You don't set any goal and you give it 2 years, and this is a budget that they need to know. But when you set your goals, you got to set time frames to see where you're going, and then you got to meet. You don't just sit it and walk away. You have to meet whatever time is needed periodically, maybe once a month or something like that, to see where you are at. And you got to let everybody express, well, this is what we're doing. This is what where we're going. When you make a team, you're forming a team, and then you have the second stage where you're storming. Everybody has different opinions. And then the third stage of it, you have, performing, storming, norming. Then you settle down, you agree, you start looking for goals, okay? And then you have performing. Where are we? And then you have adjournment of that particular team. So there's going to be conflict at first. Great, you want it. If you don't want, somebody say, okay, here I am. Okay. You don't learn. So you go through those 5 phases to develop your team. And once you're there, do I want to be the leader of that team? Not necessarily. I may be the guidance and start it, but then I want to hear from everybody else. Once we tell them what we need, they have to have an input. It's not me. It's we, all the way through. No matter what you're doing, and once you're working with it, you better have one thing. You better have, when you get through, you better have evidence, hard evidence of what has been accomplished, not just hearsay. And then that can be used for accreditation, and I'll talk about accreditation if I get a chance.
What issues/challenges have you experienced in meeting state and federal special education mandates?
You know what? I don't think there's anything wrong with the mandates. The ones I would be talking to would be the teachers to see what is needed. If anybody knows what is needed, is the teachers. We had one example. We had 2 students here, and the IEP plan tells you what is needed. That is law. You follow it. But the challenge is getting it in the budget. You better have that information and submit it in the budget if you foresee that you're going to get some different changes. Whatever the state brings, we have to adjust. But to adjust successfully, you have to get the input of the special ed teachers and the parents, not just the teachers, and the parents and administration. Let them bring whatever they want to. We'll look at it and we will succeed with it. But we better be ready to get some funding. If we don't get it, we have to ask for it. If they wanna make us do it, we better be able to say, okay, let's talk about the monies that are needed also. Not worried about anything they bring. It's just a matter of us addressing it correctly.
Mr. Benavides, share with us an innovative project or program that you initiated that you feel was a result of your visionary leadership and resulted in improved student outcomes. How did you monitor and measure its success?
Okay, I think there's a couple of things that I was involved with. I was involved when we brought the pre-K program. I was the one that had to bring it into a school. I did all the logistics on it as far as hiring teachers, getting the classroom, ordering the furniture, setting up the schedule for them, getting transportation for them, because this was the first time they had it. And parents didn't want to. They had single parents say, I can't leave my kid here. I said, what do you mean you can't? I work, my kid. Okay, here's an idea. Why don't you give us the address of your mom or dad, and we will deliver your child to the grandparents. You will? That's what we have a bus for. We were able to do that. We were scheduled for 60 students, and yet it was a grant, and we were not going to reach that. So we're asked if they could send their kids over here. Why not? I want to get 60 students. I don't want to lose any money from the grant. So they brought some, and we accepted them. So you have to learn, think, get ideas from everybody around you how you can solve a problem. I may not think of how to solve it, but somebody else has an idea. At Cobre High School, we did get accreditation the last year I was here. That was a full learning experience for the staff. We didn't have it. I went to training, and I became a person that could lead a school to be accredited. And it was a wake-up call. We didn't have any evidence of what was being done at Cobre schools. To get accreditation, you have to have evidence. So I put all the state standards on the wall in a classroom. I put in a couple of tables, put in folders. The state standards were there per classroom, per subject. The teachers had to come in, and there was freshmen for every class of whatever subject. They had to come in and file evidence. And we had to have evidence. The biggest thing that I felt that happened was the involvement of the teachers. Now they were proving to themselves what they were doing. They were going to get accredited. They wanted to win. So we did. They came for accreditation, and we were accredited. The teachers were extremely happy and proud. They did the work. We also had talk about their teaching. I asked them about it. So I said, how's your it going? What are you talking about? It. What do you mean it? What do you do with it? What are you talking about? It is instructional time. So I told them, what are you doing with your instructional time? You have 50 minutes to give a lesson. I want you to log down on the side how much during instruction time you are interrupted. You have your goals and your lesson plans from the beginning, time frame from beginning of the week to end of the week or 2 weeks. But in the meantime, your teaching, your instruction is the most important thing that can happen to those students. They did it for 2 weeks, and I said, if you want to talk to me about it, fine. If you don't, I just want to see if you're following your time, the most important time for teachers. And they came up, and they would gradually tell me, wow, I didn't know I was losing so much. That was a wake-up call for everybody. But the most important thing, one of the most important things, that time we were being evaluated by the state with a letter to the schools. When I got here, we were a C school. We went to a B school. The last year I was here, we were rated as an A school. And a lot of it had to do with, it all had to do with what the teachers, not me, what the teachers were doing. They were working as a team. They had their goals. And then when they were going to get accredited, they went to work and they did great. They were super. Thanks to them, we did get accreditation. And what does that do? It opened the doors to a lot of students to other colleges where they might not be able to go because their school has not been recognized. So that, I thought, was extremely good of our teachers. They did it extremely well.
Well, Johnny, that's the 12 questions. Let me see how much time we got left here. Yeah, we got about another 5 minutes. Did you got any questions of us?
Not so much a question, but I'd like to say something about this board. I look at you, 60 years of experience on the board, education on this side, education on this side, a teacher on this side. You have so much brain power, there is nothing that can stop the school district from achieving any single thing they want. If they become a team, set our goals high, remember, we're here for the kids. The students are first. And I remember that the principals would get mad at me because I'd say students first, teacher second, principals, we're third on the totem pole. We're a dime a dozen, and they say, what? I said, you have teachers that stay here 30 and 40 years, and we come and go every 4 or 5 years. Am I right or wrong? The important thing is our students. And the brain power here is immense. There is not a single thing that cannot be achieved by the Cobre School District, Cobre Consolidated School District. I want to thank you for allowing me to come before you. You are appreciated. The audience is appreciated. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Johnny. And we will be letting you know one way or another as soon as we make a decision.
I emailed you an entry plan, and I have a hard copy. I could not get a calendar, so it's sort of like a rough plan. Because if I don't put it on calendar, it's not going to be correct. So you can have a hard copy, but I emailed it to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for coming. Our parents are very important. I don't have my cheaters. Is this your new test? And yours is Julio. You are reading there from the top.
All right, testing. All right, we're back live. It's my pleasure to introduce Sandra Montoya, currently serving as Cobre High School principal and our fourth and final candidate tonight for superintendent of Cobre Consolidated School District. I think I can forego board introductions in this particular case, so I'm going to hand it off to our president. He's going to walk you through the routine for tonight with the number of questions and the protocol. So thank you for applying and for being here.
Good afternoon, and thank you for coming. We've got a total of 12 questions. Each one of us will rotate asking the questions. Once we're done, and if we have time, we got 1 hour to do it in, and if we got time at the end of 1 hour, there'll be time for you to ask questions of us. Okay? So you got anything to say before we start?
No, just thank you guys for the time and opportunity to go before you guys for this position.
Okay. So the first question. What do you know about the district and Cobre community? And what inspired you to apply, and how has your experience and training prepared you for this opportunity?
So I've been with the Cobre District for 24 years. I did 20 years teaching vocational and working dual credit with Western New Mexico University. I grew up and was born and raised in Silver. My dad was a teacher here at Cobre, so he was coaching when I was born, so I was at games for Cobre. My last 2 years of teaching before I became principal, I did counseling part-time at Hurley and Central Elementary, along with my teaching duties here at the high school. This is my 4th year as principal at Cobre High School. I have many friends within the community, met a lot of community members through businesses and working with the vocational. They were sponsors of our BPA club and organization when I was sponsor for BPA. And I feel that Cobre has always been my home. I started here. I love it here. The reason I applied for this position was because I love the Cobre District. I love working for the people I work with. I love the teachers. I have a mutual relationship with the teachers of respect. And I believe that with the right leadership, we can go up and beyond.
Ms. Montoya, how would you describe yourself as a leader and your leadership style?
I believe I'm a lead by example. I try and set the best example I can for my staff. I believe that by being a leader, you're out there in the trenches with them. I'm not afraid of doing the work that I need to do. I like to be seen in the halls. I don't like to be behind the desk and just sitting there. I want to be out and about. And then what was the second part of the question? I'm sorry.
That's all right, ma'am. Your leadership style.
So I think my leadership style is working as a team, being surrounded by people who know their areas. I'm a listener. I'm not a dictator. I don't like telling what to be done. I'm not afraid to tell what needs to be done. But being a team player.
What professional and personal qualities do you possess that will make you a successful leader in times of change while honoring existing traditions?
I think I'm very outgoing, and I believe in tradition, and I believe in change. I think change is hard for a lot of people, but if you grasp it, you can always run with it. I took educational classes at NMSU for my PhD, and I feel that those classes have really prepared me to take on a role as such. I still stay in communication with some of my co-students in that program. I talk regularly with the majority of them via text, getting ideas from them and learning. I think in the education field, you always are a learner, and as an adult, you should always be learning. If you stop learning, then you stay stagnant in your position, and you have to keep learning, reading magazines, educational leadership magazines, Education Week, and just always on top of the game, knowing what's coming up and what's going forward and what's being shown as helping students, helping teachers grow.
How would you prepare the board to make a decision on a politically sensitive or controversial issue?
I think communicating them and having work sessions and trying to get all the data for the decision that needs to be made, and remembering that we're here for the students and we are deciding what's best for them and how it's going to affect them is how I would handle it.
Describe how you would address social media misinformation and negativity. Additionally, please describe how you currently use social media as a communication strategy and how you think it should be used in our district.
Personally, I don't have the social media. My kids had sent me up a Facebook page, but I don't use it. I think you can get great things across using social media, but it does need to be used correctly. Once it's out there, it's always out there. So we stress, and I stress, that you don't put anything out on social media you don't want to come back and haunt you. You are very careful with what is posted, what is selected out there, pictures out there, because even though you think it's deleted, it's not. So being very careful and making sure that the right message is being sent through social media, I think is beneficial, but again, we have to be careful how it's used.
How important do you feel it is for the superintendent to be visible throughout the community? How would you describe what activities or organizations are worth the time and effort to active?
I think as a superintendent, you must be willing to give up the time to support all athletics, all activities, all clubs. As principal, I try and get to as many activities as I can. Yes, I can't be there at everything, but for the most part, even just getting out there for 30, 40 minutes, then kids understand that you care for them, and that's what they need to see, is that not only do their teachers care for them, or their principal or assistant or their AD, but it goes from the top down, that you're active and you want to see them succeed and you want to see what they're doing. And it motivates them to do better.
Ms. Montoya, please describe your budget and finance experience.
So I did get a bachelor's in business, so I have the business classes behind me. I would, one, get with experts in that area to rectify and help us with whatever we need for the budget. I have dealt with budgets not only at the building but with the coaching and sponsors, so I can work within a budget. Prioritizing is the most important thing when we're on a tight budget, and making sure that what the teachers need to be successful in the classroom should be one of the top priorities within a budget, and work from there on.
What procedures do you find most useful in recruiting administrators and teachers?
I think I've never been in the process of recruiting. I do visit with a lot, and I try to steal teachers away from other districts that I know. I think going out to the expos that some of the universities have to help in the recruiting process, and making it, showing them the importance of what we can offer here at the Cobre district to them, will help bring them in. But you have to be out there, and you have to be seen, and you have to be honest and truthful with what we can offer.
Many of our staff work in support positions across the district. If you were talking with a bus driver, nutrition worker, or technology support, how would you explain their contribution to the success of each student in Cobre? What would you do to ensure a culture where all employees believe that their contributions are critical to the success of our students?
I believe in listening and talking with them and communicating with them and being out there with them and showing that you care what they do and what they bring to the district, because they're part of the team, and without them we wouldn't have some of the things we have now. They're just as important as everyone else. The custodians make our schools what they are. They work hard keeping them clean. Our cafeteria ladies go up and beyond their call in getting what the students need. Bus drivers picking them up and listening to them, and sometimes they don't get the thank you that they deserve, and I would show them that they're just as important as anyone else is in this district.
Our school board is seeking a leader who will work with us and our stakeholders to develop and implement a strategic plan. How would you go about this work if you were selected as the next superintendent?
I think talking with you guys, communicating, being honest and upfront with what is needed and how I see things. I know there's going to be times where we don't agree on things, but we can always agree to disagree. But I believe that once we're together, we all need to be on the same page and promote the unity in our district that we need to have to gather and get more people involved in our district. With the stakeholders, the same thing, bringing them into the schools, showing them the good things that we are doing, inviting them to help participate and do whatever they can to help support what our teachers are doing with the students. And again, the communication is the biggest key.
What issues/challenges have you experienced in meeting the state and federal special education mandates?
Can you repeat? Sorry. Repeat it one more time.
Issues/ slash challenges have you experienced in meeting state and federal special education mandates?
Of course, with anything, there's going to be challenges out there. I think working with the team and getting what is needed for the state to come up with a plan and provide it to the state, I think we can meet those challenges head on. We can't shy away from anything. We do have to attack it and address it, so we won't have the challenges. And if we're ahead of the game, then we won't have the challenges that come with being behind. So you always try and stay one step ahead.
Ms. Montoya, share with us an innovative project or program that you initiated that you feel was a result of your visionary leadership and resulted in improved student outcomes. How did you monitor and measure its success?
I think one of our biggest programs when I was teaching here was our Business Professionals of America. As a sponsor, I was able to help the students get prepared for job interviews, for public speaking, for different types of challenges that they're going to meet at competitions, and getting them prepared, because they're going to use the stuff that was learned in that club and organization. They're going to use it for the rest of their life. And seeing them come back years and years later, because this was one of my very first projects here at Cobre High School, was to continue the tradition of the BPA and the great work that had been done previously, and taking them to state and nationals. And them coming back and saying, you know what, now I understand why we did what we did, and I see how that's helped me here in the future. And thank you. And they apologized. They said they give you the hard time, and we gave you a hard time, and we didn't want to listen to you, and you got us going, and you stuck it out with us, and that's what makes it all worth it.
Well, that goes through all the questions that we have. Now, do you have any questions of us?
How do you guys see yourselves working with the new superintendent? What would your expectations of the new superintendent be?
Well, I think that the new expectations will be that we try to keep a clear lane of communication with him, that he can feel, or she can feel, that they can talk to us at any time. And that's my view, and we'll start with Mr. Molina.
As a superintendent, you know, for being a new board member, I would expect the superintendent to be the subject matter expert. I'm not, you know, and we don't know everything in regards to education. So I would definitely lean on them tremendously to provide us direction as a board, because there's a lot of decisions that we make that we don't have the full picture, or we don't know what the full picture is or how it's going about. So I would definitely look at the superintendent being a subject matter expert in that.
I think that the biggest and best way to work with a new superintendent would be that we need to communicate. And we need to communicate up, down, and all directions, not just with the superintendent, but the community, the students, and everybody. And to remind the superintendent and us that we have to be together to make a decision and see how much of the budget we can afford to do what we're trying to do. But communication would be the main thing that I would say we needed to do.
So your first question was, how do we work with the new superintendent? And I'm hoping for a positive and trustworthy relationship because that relationship and culture trickles down into the classroom. Expectations, we're working on our strategic plan, and so having clear goals and expectations of our superintendent and milestones, and helping you get to those milestones and achieve what we plan together.
I agree with what Ms. Murillo stated, but in the sense of the expectations would be set forth for the board to play its role in setting forth the expectations for the superintendent. And those expectations should be based on the critical elements that we're not doing so well in now: recruitment, retention, student flight, and curriculum. Those are areas that we've not looked at with a deliberate eye in terms of making things work. In that sense, the superintendent is going to be a critical part of identifying the problems. At least that's I think that's a role that one that knows the problems is going to be a very critical player in, and getting the confidence back in the workforce and getting the confidence back in the community and keeping that tie is going to be important for the board. Certainly communication, consensus within the board can only happen if we know where the path, what the path leads to. And so that would be the critical element that I'd like to see, is setting the path together collaboratively, not only the superintendent and the board, but the community and the teachers and the students.
Questions?
No, that was pretty much all.
Well, we want to thank you for coming and being here today, and we will be letting you know one way or another as soon as we make a decision.
Thank you guys again for giving me this opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that includes our public interview segment for this evening. Before we hand off to our president to entertain a motion for executive session, I do want to remind folks who are here tonight that we do have the input opportunity, and we would ask you to complete that as quickly as possible before you leave, and deposit it in the box there so the board can look at your input. For those viewing this interview as well online, there is an online opportunity at the school district website. If you click on the superintendent search button on the home page, it'll take you to 4 blue buttons, and you can click on any candidate there, and it'll take you to an online survey that we see instantaneously. So as you enter your data and hit submit, we immediately get it in the summary portal that I'm sharing with the board tonight. So we invite you to do that again as quickly as possible, and we'll be sharing that with the board during executive session here this evening. So, Mr. President.
Entertain a motion to go into executive session to discuss our interview. Motion by Mr. Molina, second. Second by Mr. Guadiana. Take a roll call vote. Mr. Guadiana. Aye. Mr. Molina. Yes. Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
Yes.
We're enclosed. It is 8:30. 8:37. Entertain a motion to come back into open session. Motion by Mr. Guadiana, second. Second by Mr. Molina. Take a roll call vote. Mr. Guadiana? Mr. Molina?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova? Ms. Murillo?
Yes.
We're back in open. We went into executive at 8:37. It is now 10:47. No action was taken at that time. We got an action item to selection of the superintendent effective July 1st of 2022. Entertain a motion.
Mr. President?
Mr. Cordova? You heard the motion. Do you hear a second?
I made the motion that we select Mr. Dr. Jeff Spalletta as superintendent of schools at Cobre at this time.
You heard the motion. Do I hear a second? Do I hear a second? Motion dies due to lack of second. Motion by,
I would like to make a motion that we proceed with the alternative date of Friday, the 29th, to make our selection. To table.
Mr. Guadiana, make a motion to table this until Friday, the 29th. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Murillo. Take a roll call vote. Mr. Guadiana?
Aye.
Mr. Molina?
Yes.
Myself, no. Mr. Cordova? No. Ms. Murillo?
Yes.
Okay. Motion carries, but we got a problem. I will not be here on Friday. And Mr. Cordova will not be either, so I don't know what we can do.
Well, we'll still have a quorum with 3 members.
Mr. President, can I make a motion that, I know your unavailability is not gonna be here, so can we, I think we have enough time to maybe do it on Monday or something, that way all board members are here. I think it'd be important for all board members to be here to do this vote. And so, is there any way we can make that happen?
Or,
In terms of participating remotely, can you guys participate remotely?
I won't be able to. There's no service where I'll be at.
Okay.
Well,
Joyce,
Mr. President?
you had your hand up. So you're saying that Monday is the earliest that we could have the meeting? Okay.
Mr. President, I make a motion that we move this meeting so all board members can be present on Monday, which would be the second.
Point of order, we just made a motion and we voted on it and it passed.
Yes, it passed, but I don't know what we're going to do because not all the board members are going to be here. And that's for no fault of our own.
Yes, but the motion was made, there was a second, there was an opportunity for discussion, nothing was brought up, then it was voted and it passed.
Well, that's where it stands, and Mr. Molina just made a motion that we move it to Monday. Do we hear a second? Second by Mr. Cordova. Roll call vote. Mr. Guadiana.
I vote no, and I protest that it's being taken without, it's being taken after a motion has been already accepted.
Mr. Molina.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cordova.
Yes.
Ms. Murillo.
No.
This other motion carries. So at this point, we'll
Point
meet
of
on.
information, can you have two motions passed on one action item?
In fact, the second motion made by Mr. Guadiana is not legal either, because this thing does not say nothing about a second motion, and the first motion did not pass, so that's where we're at right now.
Second motioned Guadiana.
Yes, you did, but we had already voted on the motion before that Mr. Cordova made.
Okay, so we can have two votes on one action item, even though the first one already passed. We can change it.
No, the first one failed because of lack of second.
Okay, but
So-
the second one passed.
So there, the lack of second, that action item there, it's dead. It's not there no more. Yeah.
So, based on that observation, if I may point of order, then we cannot select, from your perspective, this is to select the superintendent. We didn't select it, so therefore no other action can be taken, period.
Yes, that's right. Until we come through and review the items and start again with the motion again on the next agenda. At this point, we're in the point of adjournment.
Mr. President, point of order. Can I bring something else up? Under number 5, it is my understanding that, and it has been at all of our board meetings, when we have an action item, we do have the sign right after it that we can vote on it and take action. Under number 5, it just says selection of superintendent effective July 1, 2022, contingent upon negotiation of an employment contract. Is there an action item behind that one? No,
don't-
there isn't,
I
so
don't
we
think
can't
so.
even vote on it.
Point of order, it is normally and routinely accepted that items be tabled, and items be tabled for a specific duration is perfectly allowable on all items that are put up for action for vote.
Action item, but did this have an action on it?
Yes, and Mr. Cordova made a motion that we table it.
No.
Yes, he did.
Well, my motion was to table till the Friday, the next date that we anticipated we would be voting on it if the decision hadn't been made at this particular time. And
Yes.
that's what's been conveyed to the public as well,
Yes.
through public notice.
Yes, and then also, that's when I told you that I cannot be here on Friday. So then, we need to select a different date.
Again, the motion was made, an opportunity to speak was given, none was given, the motion was accepted, the motion passed by vote, by a majority vote, and to change that at this particular time would be violation of having a vote to accept a particular movement, then be disallowed or erased, and then we go on with the second motion? When the first motion carried with a majority?
Okay, we can have the meeting, but I'll guarantee you, 2 board members cannot be here.
That doesn't matter, so long as we have a quorum. It's not required to have any officer or secretary there. It is required to have a quorum.
Okay. Meeting for the 29th to be on, motion to adjourn. We're adjourned. Thank you very much, and good luck on Monday.